Alright guys, Firecracker 400's over. I think we finished something like I don't remember what we finished. Anyway, maybe 13th. And was just checking everything, getting ready to leave, and noticed that Ethan Fowler requested a live feed, and so we're going to give y'all one for a little while here. It is now 1:06 local, and I can see that my departure is now blocked because I've been pussyfooting around. So we're probably gonna just go ahead and add a little bit of time to that off duty. And got a couple of tires that need attention. So we're gonna leave the track and stop at the Loves and give them some love. I need to adjust my clothing here, so we're gonna turn you all around like that. Primarily what it is I lost so much damn weight during the damn race here that my damn pants won't stay up. So I'm going to put my suspenders on real quick. Oh, where to put it? There we go. Oh my God, they're wet. Damn pants just dropped to the fucking floor. I didn't even touch them. Oh. Alright, so most of the other guys are gone. I just wasn't in no mood to deal with folks that were in a rush, trying to get, I didn't want to get in anybody's way. It just wasn't in the mood. So now we got NASCAR loading their haulers still. And they got one, I'm kind of in a hole here and they've got me blocked in. So I ain't gonna yell or scream or nothing, just we'll get pointed that way. Tore the car up a little bit, but we finished. And I'm pretty sure we finished well in the top 20. I'm thinking something like 13th, maybe. I'm sure all of y'all already know. Somebody waving at me here. See if we can get this thing out of here. That damn tractor's in my way. I don't think I can do that. Yeah, fuck that. I ought to make a hard right-hand turn right where that four-wheeler is. Excuse me, left-hand turn. And I'm just not going to risk that. This trailer will be all up over that fence. Let's interact for a couple of minutes here. Let's see if I can see if y'all made a comment yet. Hello, anybody? See, somebody just jumped on. Who is it? Say hi. Michael Franks, hello from Germany. How you doing today, sir? Hello from Daytona. Daytona, Florida. Michael, if you had to... Just woke up, man. Very good, very good. What do you do in Germany, if anything? Oh, way cool. MotoGP, is that it's like a sports car situation? Is it an actual racing track or like a, oh, what do they call it here, where they just set up cones in the parking lots? Oh, motorbikes. Okay, way cool. Very good. Yeah, motorcycles are cool. I grew up in Daytona Beach, you know, so the Harleys were big early in life here. Alright, I see some other folks jumping on. Everybody say hi. Hey Ethan, how you doing? Joshua Townsend, 13th, yes, not too shabby. Tore the car up, but finished the race, so we did good. Jeffrey Peppers, how you doing, buddy? It's still warm as heck down here. I don't know what the ambient temperature was, but it's been 100% humidity the entire weekend. Close to at least 98 degrees, I'm going to say. Brandon the Gent, yes, it was a good race. Michael Frank, thanks for sharing your stuff, real impressive. Buddy, I'm just, that's all I'm doing is sharing. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I just, I know there's a lot of folks that wonder about stuff and what goes on behind the scenes, and I just try to share, just try to help folks realize, which part of the fantasy they should not rely on there. Ethan, probably not. I'm probably at the most probably a couple hours. We'll probably get a couple hours down the road and see about maybe laying down for a little while. Yeah, Michael, that's the whole idea. I've been driving this truck and working on race cars now probably 20 years, and I get folks on the CB that think that it's a fantasy life, and that once we get to the racetrack, we get in a helicopter and fly to the golf course, and it's just not that way. It's hard work, just like anything else. Tell you what, I'm gonna go take a little walk down here around that corner and see if I'm gonna put my eyeballs all up on that. I'll be right back. Those are a couple of NASCAR haulers. Those are haulers that NASCAR themselves use. Ethan, I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright, we're going to make an attempt at this, guys. I'll talk to you for a couple more minutes and then we're going to start rolling, which means I can't talk. Were you happy to be home for a couple of days? Yes. Got to visit with my brother, my mother, my sister. Was going to work on the old car and ended up working on Mom's car instead. Where is everyone from tonight? They have left. They're either on an airplane or in their trucks. Michael Frank is in Germany. Jeffrey's in Hampton, Georgia. Alright, any chance to meet you at the racetrack? Michael, absolutely. If you've got a garage pass or if you show up early enough, alright, slow down. Alright. Oh no. Well, I was hoping to go out that way. Because I know what y'all are going to do to me going that way. Yeah. I was hoping to just go around the track and go out that gate. God damn it. Alright, okay. Alright, is there somebody still behind me? Where is he? I can't see him in either mirror. Alright. damn it, I was gonna take y'all out on the track and they've closed the damn gate. So, alright, and now I got people waiting on me. I'm sorry. I gotta get this done. And essentially what we're getting ready to do, instead of a nice leisurely lap around the track, now I'm going to have to dodge drunks and telephone poles. Oh, I hate going out this way. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to fold this thing in half to make a couple of the turns they're expecting out of me. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. Yeah, this is looking better already. Make a right. Follow that to the tunnel. Wait till you see this damn intersection. I can't make a right there. There's no way. Wait a minute. Hold on. Alright, okay, there's asphalt behind them fucking bleachers. I knew it. I knew it. You should have made a right at the second one. Yeah. Now this has screwed me all up. this all used to be freaking grass. Oh. There we go. Guy's moving the garbage can. Now he's got to move his tent. The man said take a right. I took a right.
Next right.
Yeah. Am I clear back there?
Hang on, we'll get you cleared.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Curtis.
Come on, now my mirror's stuck. Damn it. All right. The air tightens. And he said, stay on this road to the tunnel. Yeah, okay. Wait till we get outside the tunnel. There's the drunks. A bunch of them. Positioned here. Now the thing is, there's going to be just as much, there'll probably be more traffic outside the damn tunnel. They got ticket booths and all that crap set up there. And then there's a hard right that's just, oh yeah, I hate coming this way. I hate coming this way. Right, he said stay on this road. What's his sign say right here? I really think I needed to make a right there, but he said stay on this road. Of course, he also told me to turn right. hadn't waited so long. I was actually thinking about taking a nap here, but decided that probably. So here's a tunnel. Up this hill here, there's going to be that ticket booth I was telling you about, credential check, whatever, and it's not fun. Yeah. Move the fence so you can swing wide, but still got to watch out for this crap on the inside with the back of the trailer. Yeah, we got enough room back there. Alright. Here's the rest of the drunks. Turn right up here. What is it? That sounded like two drunk girls getting ready to fight. Yeah, so anyway, we're going to run up a couple of exits to where US 1 and 95 intersect. There's a Love's truck stop right there, and we're gonna got two tires I need to put some air in. We're good on fuels. We'll get some coffee, and y'all can ride with me up to that exit 1 in Georgia. And at that point, it depends on how I feel as to what I do. See how the first couple of cups of coffee work. Alright, so this is US 92. I believe it's definitely 92. I think it's a US route. Before I started this racing shit, I used to know this road right here like the back of my hand. Daytona's my hometown, but I've been racing. I've been living up in North Carolina for almost 20 years now. They just, you know how, things change. Some things don't, but now we're jumping on I-95 headed for Jacksonville north. years. Now they've decided they got to do something about it. Bugs me about traffic engineers. They are doing some god-awful things up in North Carolina. I mean, got perfectly good clover leaves. I mean, a clover leaf intersection is such an elegantly simple thing. There's no traffic lights. There's no, and they're erasing these clover leaves and replacing them with this nightmarish pile of zigzags and crossovers and traffic lights. And it just, I like simplicity. I like to see things that once you set them in motion, they don't require maintenance. And I mean, a clover leaf, all you got to do is keep the pavement up. You don't have to worry about traffic lights. You ain't got to worry about much painting on the road. God almighty, the mess they have made up in North Carolina. As an example, if you're any good with Google Earth, look at the intersection of Highway 73 and Highway 85 in Concord, North Carolina. That used to be a clover leaf. And God almighty, what a mess now. Lightning there off to the right, and I'm actually thinking that's out over the ocean. Hopefully it's not moving west. Highway 40 in Ormond Beach, Florida. Volusia Speedway Park. You get on this road and head west, probably 15, 20, no, it's going to be 25, 30 miles. Volusia Speedway Park is on your right. They've got a half-mile dirt oval and a quarter-mile asphalt oval. There at certain times they swapped the asphalt. The half-mile oval was asphalt for a while. The quarter-mile oval was dirt for a while. My earliest memories there was the half-mile dirt oval. Now to think about it, I come in third in a bicycle race when I was 7 years old there. Back before they put the lights in, because it was a daylight show. I remember that. There was a big to-do, and I think I was about 10 years old. They were going to put lights up. Next exit's going to be the intersection of Highway US 1 and 95, which is the road we're on now. And there's a Love's truck stop there. Hopefully I can find some air. Some convenient air at the fuel islands. US 1, 3 miles. Now, it's like the lightning's trying to come across our nose here. Looks of it, it's up north, probably near St. Augustine, Palm Coast. Yeah. Dropping the flaps. Ask everybody to put their seats in the upright position. Turn off all your cellular devices. On here. Drop a couple more degrees of flaps. the automatic spoilers. Come on, get her woe down, get her woe down. There we go. This damn Loves are this time of night. I mean, this is a pretty popular place. There's going to be absolutely no place to park, and there are going to be people sleeping where they shouldn't be sleeping. It's usually just a total clusterfuck. But it's close to the track, and I need to see about these tires. Hopefully this trip won't be as bad as coming down. I mean, well, at least I got started fairly painlessly. Leaving the shop, my God. The guys had the car in the box by noon, and I had some piddly shit I was waiting on. They had to bring some other stuff, and finally got the bottom started loading about 1 o'clock. About 1:30, the lift gate broke. Of course, everybody else in the shop was gone, except for the boss and 1 and 2 fabricators. And they were busy working on next week's car. So I had to get a damn engine hoist and two jacks out to get the lift gate off the ground so I could change a piece called a Lovejoy in the lift screws. And this guy's, let's see if we can do this. See, this trailer don't turn well, so I got to take every damn inch I can. It's a spread axle trailer, and I don't have the control switches for the valves that'll dump the axles in the back like I've had on some of the other ones. Alright, and this is this truck stop is actually like right in the middle of, well, it's a hotel entertainment complex called Destination Daytona. And I want to say Bruce Rossmeyer was the guy that initially built this place, and he was a big car dealer way back, and he got into Harley Davidsons, and eventually, from what I understand, he put his Harley under a truck up there in Sturgis during the Sturgis motorcycle rally. So old Bruce ain't around anymore. Hopefully we got some air up here at these damn fuel islands. guys, I'm gonna step out and look for some air here. And probably once we get this situation sorted out, I'll pull up, once I get my coffee, and we'll sit and talk for a minute. All right. They got air, but I gotta move to get it. Right there to the left. We might could do this. Let's see if we can do this. Back her up. And we ain't nobody's fuel way here. But I don't like doing things that don't involve fuel and fuel allowance. If I can help it. Alright, so where is that damn thing? Alright, it's right there where that hose bib is. That position right about there, I think. Let me go see about airing these tires up real quick. Find my gauge and all that crap. Flashlight. I need a flashlight. Damn it. It's dark on this right side. Alright, that part's done. I'm gonna step inside and get some coffee and then we'll talk for a little while. truck. I'm in his way. Well, maybe not. That tanker truck has got Landon Castle emblazoned all over the side of it. And he's also all over the damn walls of the truck stop. And I had Landon Castle as a driver when I worked for Larry Gunselman for a fair part of the season. We'll go ahead and tell you what, I don't think I'm in his way. Let's scroll back a little bit and see if I can answer anything. Let's see, would Hendrix take Danica? Oh, y'all been talking a lot. Alright, I'm not going to scroll all the way. Anyone got any questions or comments for me right now? Looks like there's 7 of you. And I appreciate you all thumbs up. Now there's 8. For whoever just jumped on, we're at the Love's Truck Stop, getting ready to jump on I-95 north. ETA to North Carolina, Jeffrey Peppers. It's not going to happen in one shift. I'm probably going to have to lay down and take a nap, but it'll be the sun will be up well by tomorrow. I'm probably gonna. I usually lay down in South Carolina on this trip. Let me think. Yeah, it's gonna be. It's gonna be at least noon because I only lay down for a couple hours, and I can usually get there within my 14. It's gonna be anywhere from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. probably. Alright, Tyler Smith wants to know how many years have you been driving trucks? Tyler, I learned to drive trucks in the Air Force. So, hold on, this gentleman's talking to me.
You aware there's a Coca-Cola can on your catwalk?
Well, it made it all the way from the racetrack, then.
I just wanted to see you waste it.
Huh? Oh, sorry about that, guys. Somebody pointed out that somebody had left a soda on my catwalk, but I'm back now. How many years have I been driving trucks for? I learned to drive in the service when I was 18 years old, which was in 1982. And that's where I learned, but I never drove them professionally after I got out of the service until I started doing this racing deal, which has now been almost 20 years. Been about 20 years. Alright, awesome ones. Was Matt able to finish? Yes, sir, we finished 13th. And potentials, do you drive for like what driver? And potentials, we drive for Matt DiBenedetto, the number 32 Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series car. And we finished 13th without a left front fender, which was really cool. We got some damage early, and we fought to repair it and stay on the lead lap. And then finally we blew a tire, and the crew chief says, get it here as fast as you can, but don't tear it up. And the spotter goes, we've already tore the fender off of it. And the crew chief goes, oh, well, we're golden then. In other words, that means we don't have to worry about fixing the fender. And we could concentrate on trying to just race, even though we had that aerodynamic disadvantage. Yeah, alright, let's see. Awesome ones. Cool, good job. I started to become a fan of Matt because of your videos. Awesome one. I appreciate that. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to share stuff with folks and give them a little dose of reality, I guess. All right, Brendan, you're off to sleep. You have a good evening yourself, and thank you for the wishes. All right, guys, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and start rolling. And we're going to jump on 95 northbound. Here in about 10 miles, we have a set of scales to deal with. And then it should be pretty painless to Jacksonville. And then we got the scales right there at the top of Florida. And now that we got these tires sorted out and I got some coffee, we get up there, it depends on, we'll probably stop at the one and get some more coffee. Let's go for a ride. Alright, potentials, you live 10 miles from Jacksonville, very good. My father was born in Jacksonville. The last cousin I have from my father's generation still lives in Jacksonville. They're off of 295 on the east side near the university. And I apologize, but I gotta stop reading and start driving here, guys. And I love going on 295 on the east side, simply to go over that bridge. That bridge is beautiful right there at the port. But given this time of night, it's probably not that much traffic. Highway US 1 right here. We keep going this way to the left, it'll take you to Ormond Beach and then Holly Hill and then into Daytona. And if we had turned right, it would take you into the tiny agricultural town of Bunnell. And Bunnell's actually not a bad little town. It's, like I said, it's small. It's only got one traffic light. right here to the right is a Dairy Queen. Actually, it's not a Dairy Queen anymore. What happened? Oh no, what's a Joey's? Well, it was a Dairy Queen until about a year ago. That place has been there longer than I can remember. So that's been at least 50 years. But it's not a Dairy Queen anymore. That upsets me. Alright, so getting ready to jump on 95 north here. Gotta have them brakes seen about. I don't like a brake makes noise like that. Alright. And there's lightning all over the place headed north. Which I ain't afraid of a little rain, I'm going to tell you that right now. My butt is 6 feet in the air. I got good headlights. I got good windshield wipers. I got good tread on my tires. I learned to drive in Florida and driving in the rain's part of it. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning up there. Maybe we'll get a good show. And Curtis has got my damn credit card. He's not here, and he's not leaving Daytona until tomorrow sometime. I ain't fiddle farting around with that. And he was supposed to call me about 1 o'clock, and I ain't never heard from him. Intersection is Dixie Highway or Kings Highway, I forget which. And then after that is Highway 100. And then right after Highway 100 will be another set of scales, or the first set of scales on the trip home. Hopefully we'll look up and get us a green light out on a transponder here. stand for a jet engine. I expect that's probably a pretty good gig. I know there's guys that all they do is move jet engines for the aviation industry. Temperature outside now is 77 degrees. Stick my hand out, it's actually quite nice now compared to what it's been the whole weekend. Good. I don't know how many of y'all are actual truckers, but if you find yourself in a truck stop needing some coffee, right? And this is you walk in there and they got 8 different things to choose from. All right, let me help you out. Just get the house coffee, all right? You cannot go wrong with the house coffee at a truck stop. Don't go for some Arabica or strawberry fruit, whatever, or, you know, all these different. Just get the house coffee and get back on the road. Flying J has got great house coffee. Pilot's got great house coffee. Love's has got great house coffee. Just don't worry about making a choice. Just get the house coffee. I drink mine with 1 sugar black. Oh yeah. The sky's just lighting up here. So here's Highway 100. We're just over the overpass. A couple miles as the scales. So we'll go ahead and turn the cruise off. Start setting up for approach here. Get to the speed limit before we hit the top of the hill. Here we go. See if we can see any indication up ahead. I think I'm seeing a green light, which means they're open. Which I personally think the sign should be red if they're open, which means, you know, you got to stop here, but no. Anyway. See how the transponder responds here. Red light, damn it. Here we go. Gonna have to pull in. I get for leaving late. If I'd been rolling in race traffic, it probably wouldn't have been open. There we go, green light. Official behind us. That's a good thing, because they make great front doors. Once he gets off the scales and catches up, he's going to blow by me like it's nothing. Then I'll try my damnedest to latch onto his bumper. I ain't even going to bother dragging my feet. Catch me, I can tell you that right now. And that's probably the guy that was behind me when I stepped out before we left, just to see where he was. Not sure which one he is. I only know a couple officials by name. I know the ones I need to talk to. Confident all that lightning and stuff is out over the ocean. It's going to be a good, let's see, think about this. It's going to be a good hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half, maybe until I get to where we can stop. The schedule on these things is real haphazard. And these live events I'm doing, if you're here when we stop, I'd like to talk to y'all about it and see if there's, you know, how can I put it? I watch YouTube a lot, and I've got a lot of stuff that I watch, and ain't none of them, how can I put it? They're each structured different, and you know, the higher production value. You know, I just turn this thing on and let it flow. And also, while I got you here, I don't know if you've seen that Samuel Wilson kid that I mentioned earlier, do me a favor and check him out and subscribe. How can I put it? I haven't watched every video he's made, but I think the kid's got a future. Okay, and he's been doing it several years, but he's still under 1,000 subscribers. Of course, I'm still under 1,000 subscribers, but you know, just give him a look-see, and when if you decide to sub, just let him know that I pointed you at him. The kid really does make a high-quality video. I mean, as far, you know, he does a lot of editing, and yeah, really impressive. Of course, I have a feeling that he's got a couple of friends helping him, but he strikes me as not being more than maybe 14 years old, and if he's producing stuff like this at 14, I think he's got a great future. And he's also a big NASCAR fan. So, and I think he responded to a comment a while back and said that he watches my stuff all the time, and I only feel that I need to try and help him. So, I believe the name of his channel is Samuel Wilson 615. Personally, I don't subscribe to anything until I'm sure that it's got some decent content to it. And I'm pretty sure that y'all can. There's a place on my channel where you can find where all the stuff that I've subscribed to, and just, you know, get active in the community as best you can. I mean, it's a lot like, how can I put it? Generally I don't talk religion, so we're not going to, but just to kind of compare it, we get into a conversation, generally I'll tell somebody, hey, look, I'm a Christian. It's just that I'm a lousy witness. Okay, and the thing is it's about the same way with this YouTube. I consider myself a YouTuber, okay, but I'm not making a living at it, and so I can't invest the time to make the production, to increase the production value, you know. But I'm fiddling with stuff, you know. I've been thinking about trying to come up with an interview format for my friends that work in the garage. You know, for every guy that ends up on the camera during the race, there's 40 or 50 that never see a damn camera pointed at them, and I'm one of them. You know, and most of my friends are too. So I'm thinking maybe, you know, once we get a regular schedule sorted out, you know, maybe I'll drag my friends up to the nose of the truck and, you know, ask them if they got 10 minutes to spare, and we'll do something. I've got good friends that are engine builders. I've got good friends that are transmission and rear end builders. I've got good friends who hang bodies. You know, I've got folks I can approach, and you know, once they start getting comfortable with it, you know, maybe I can start doing it more. You got to understand, I'm working right less elaborate basis, you know. And I'm not the greatest businessman, and I sure as hell don't like lawyers. So I'm really trying to keep this as low key as I can. And it's not, let me put it to you this way, it's not that I don't like lawyers. I'm sure there's a lot of them that are great guys. It's just I don't want to get tangled up with lawyers. You know? Having to sign contracts or find out I owe people money for something. It's so damn late at night. I guess that's another thing. You know, the reality of the deal kicks in. You know, all the guys on my team, save for myself and Curtis, they got a damn airplane an hour after the race was over. They're probably already at home. Here I am, ain't even left Florida yet. I mean, sometimes it really sucks, you know. As a young child, I fantasized about being a pilot. One of the reasons I joined the Air Force, but here I am, this whole damn career. I've been doing this at least 19 years, almost 20. I've managed to fly on an airplane once to get to the racetrack, and then I didn't fly home on that airplane. Alright, so here's the Palm Coast rest area. Let's see if there's anybody hanging out in there. Alright. Nobody I know. So we'll just keep digging. No Woody that drives a 7. He's partial to a certain rest area up in South Carolina. It's a nice big, got a fair amount of parking, and it's kind of set up 2 or 3 rows deep. So if you got your wits about you when you ease in there, usually not too far from the restroom, which is a plus. 5 exit already. That 289 behind us south is where we stopped at Walmart coming down. I don't recall whether or not, well actually yeah, now I think about it, that's where I stopped that one video at that Walmart. And I ended up having to go to Walmart again last night because I was afraid I was going to run out of water today. And I'm not reading y'all's comments there, so I'm just trying to think of things I can talk about while we're driving, so it's a little more interesting instead of just watching lights and white lines go by. Let me think about this. Got here Thursday morning. Managed to get about an hour of sleep before we pulled into the garage. Oh, and I did make a time lapse of pulling into the garage. I just haven't uploaded it yet. Tried to work as best I could till about noon, and then I had to lay down and take a nap. Then, alright, we got something up here on the right. Practice didn't start till 3 o'clock, so I laid down and took a nap. Had flew the tire guy in and asked him to wake me up in an hour. He let me sleep a little longer than that. But once we got up, looked around, had a few things that I needed to do, get caught up, and practice started. And let's see, went out and proceeded to throw up a number that was 7th fastest in the draft. Had a little issue with the escape hatch on top of the car. Now, for the life of me, I haven't figured out why those are only used in Daytona and Talladega. I mean, if it's a good thing in Talladega, why wouldn't you use it in all the other tracks? But it's an optional thing, and we have it. And so anyway, had some issues with that. I think one of the retaining pins came out. We had to sort that out. It took about 10 minutes. And then the surprising thing about practice was we didn't twist one screw on that car. I mean, as it was unloaded from the truck, and you always, once you get it unloaded, you put it on the scales to make sure nothing has changed from the shop. But as it was at the shop settings, we never made one major adjustment. We didn't twist one screw. We didn't jack with the camber. We didn't jack with the caster. We didn't jack with the toe. About the only thing we did was a minor packer adjustment. And that is a really simple adjustment that takes about 10 seconds. And that's all we did during practice as far as working on the car. Then Saturday came around. No. Friday came around. wait a minute. Let's just back up. We get done with practice and get all my stuff sorted out, put away, and done. You know, whatever I feel I got to do. And that's one of the cool things about this job is I pretty much my own supervisor. And anyway, got to the point where the garage closed, and I was riding with the general manager and asked him to drop me off at my brother's house with the intentions of working on the old car, and we ended up shooting that video instead. And then called my mom and asked her to take me back to the hotel. Stopped at Denny's and had dinner there. Had a big old meal. Let mom eat, just mom. I think mom had a quesadilla, and I got an omelet, some pancakes, and a quesadilla myself. Then went to the hotel room, got a shower, and went to sleep. Got up the next day, and which would have been Friday. Had to be at I think the garage opened at 9:30 a.m. Closed at 7:30. But all we had to do was qualify. So anyway, we're going through tech inspection yesterday, and it turns out the left rear wheel well did not fit the templates very well, and NASCAR told us we had to fix it. So that involved some we had to cut the wrap. We had to pull the wrap off of the body, and we had to make some pie slices in the radius of the wheel well, and adjust the contour of that wheel well. Okay, and this is during the technical inspection. And the thing is you have to make an entire lap of the technical inspection before you can make adjustments to fix the car. You know, that you can't come out of line when they find something wrong and go back and fix it. You have to continue through the inspection process all the way to the end before you can work on the car. So we get through, we make one lap, and we push the car back to the garage, and I have to pull the welder out, and I have to get everything they need ready I had to dig out some materials so that once they were done, they could put a new fender bead on it. I had to point out to the team owner that they were cutting the damn wrap and that he needed to find some material. Drinking water and not passing out. And we finally get through tech and managed to qualify. Qualified, 27th? Or no, it may have been better than that, like 22nd. And anyway, and then finished qualifying, and it's what's called an impound race, which means once we're done qualifying, you push the car in the stall and you close the door. They won't let you work on it anymore. So now we're done working for the day, and I got to ride to my brother's house again. And while me and Mom were eating dinner, she's talking about issues she's having with her car. And I tell her, well, okay, tomorrow night we'll work on your car. If you go back a couple of years in my channel, you'll find that I installed a starter on my mom's car. And she was having problems with the starter. And she was having to take a tire iron out, lift the hood and beat on the starter to get the thing to start. My mother is like 75 or she's very, she got a few miles under her feet there. And it's just no sense in my mom having to do that. So I made an observation while we were trying to get the car started at the restaurant, that she hadn't been beating on the starter. She'd been beating on the positive wire for the starter, which kind of led me to believe that we might have had a loose connection. So anyway, Friday night after qualifying, she met me at my brother's house. Brother's girlfriend had made a big old pot of spaghetti, and I'm sure she's upset because I didn't eat any of it. I was busy working on Mom's car. But ended up the original terminal from the factory it hadn't corroded, but it was so old that all the copper had oxidized. If you ever seen copper that oxidizes, it turns black. Well, yeah, just imagine an old penny that just has been out, not in a corrosive environment, but just been exposed to oxygen its whole life and hasn't been circulated, okay? Just imagine nobody's ever touched it. It's never been in your pocket, rubbing and getting cleaned and all that kind of stuff. And so I just ended up cutting the terminal off of it, put a new terminal on it, and I greased everything real good. I greased the wire, I packed the damn terminal full of grease before I crimped it, so that oxidation shouldn't be an issue anymore. And then she had a turn signal out. We changed the bulb on the turn signal, and then her AC hadn't been blowing for like a year. Well, I got me some 134 and had to junker wire the low pressure side switch so we can get. I mean, it was totally. It wasn't totally flat. It still had some in it. And we made a trip to Walmart to buy all this stuff. Got a pound and a half of Freon in it. And got it blowing ice cubes again, which is good. And yeah, about that point, it's probably 1:30 in the morning. And got Mom to take me back to the hotel. About halfway to the hotel, I realized, damn it, I needed to buy some water and Gatorade. because I was afraid we were going to run out today. And so we went into Gatorade. I went into Walmart, bought 4 cases of water and 2 cases of Gatorade. She got a magazine and a small watermelon. And I picked up a couple of beers for once I got to the hotel. And here we go, laid down. Woke up in the morning, got a shower. And actually, I woke to a phone call. And it was one of our sponsors, Mr. Tom Keene, who owns Keene Corvette Parts out of Cleveland, Ohio. And he was down for the race, and let's see, I do not remember at the moment if I asked him to call me or what, but anyway, he woke me up and asked me if I needed any help with anything, and I was real groggy, and I mentioned the water, and he's like, okay, I'll be there in a little while, and I'd actually planned on just throwing it in our van and taking it to the track. I guess while I was talking to him, I realized that it was possible the van was going to be full of people and luggage, and I knew Tom had a pickup truck, so I asked him to come get that water, and he obliged. He was glad to do it. Him and his wife TJ, Miss TJ, is if y'all ever there's one video I shot at Martinsville where I'm running the cool down machine during practice, and a petite lady in a big hat comes up and starts helping me, and then I walk off. Well, that's Miss TJ Keene. She's Tom's wife, and she, when she comes to the racetrack, I really look forward to it. She brings us all sorts of goodies, and then proceeds to just jump in and help us what best she can. She's not a mechanic, but she's not afraid to push the damn race car, and she's not afraid to pick something heavy up, and she just loves to help, and I love having people like that around me. Alright, so we're looking for that 9B. I think we're going to try and take 9B. Should be coming up here shortly, and we'll jump on that 295 and go ahead and go over that bridge again. This might add about 10 minutes to the trip. But it's a lot. I think it's a lot easier on the load. All the crap I got in the back of the truck, because I'm able to maintain speed. There's no risk of having to hammer the brakes, because Jacksonville is a never-ending construction zone. This looks like 9B right here. Let's see. Nope, this ain't 9B yet. All right. Yeah, there's a region there where I-10 and I-95 intersect, where they just, and it also crosses the St. Johns River, and there's just epic construction there constantly. So I like to take 9B. 295, and there's lightning directly ahead of us. That's probably actually up in Georgia, which ain't too far away now. So we'll probably get wet up in Georgia. official buddy just shows up in the rearview mirror just in time for me to jump off the damn road. Much as I'd like to chase him, I ain't gonna chase him through Jacksonville. Yep, 9B, 2.5 miles. Here we go. This is 9B, and the 295 east side used to be 9A. And I'm sure with the designation change, that makes it an interstate now, and so federal money's used, and yah. Whereas the 9B is probably a state road. Past 3 now. If it was earlier, I would have called my cousin up here in Jacksonville, and I usually stop and have a cup of coffee with him. But I ain't gonna call him or expect him to come out at 3 o'clock in the damn morning. Although he's getting on, he's probably just as old as Mom, if not a year or two older. I really do cherish time I can spend with him, but it's getting to the point where you got to be respectful of his age. As much as I love him, I just don't want to cause any stress. He had a heart surgery a couple of years ago. I mean, they split his chest wide open. And I just, just don't want to be causing him any grief. Here we go, losing some speed here. Going to throw the anchor out. Yep, there goes my official. Actually, now that I think about it, that guy's probably the stealth bomber. No, he's got a lot of graphics on his side. Okay. Yeah, NASCAR has one I call the stealth bomber, and it is an absolutely black truck with no graphics whatsoever. Got a couple of very small signs that say NASCAR on the tractor door. And that particular truck, what it does is they take the winners from the races. Okay, so that would be the Xfinity race earlier today, and our race today. I guess that's the 17. And they take possession of those cars. NASCAR does. And that truck goes directly to the R&D Center in Concord, North Carolina. And we'll give those cars a thorough inspection. Alright, so we just crossed US 1, and that road, US 1, runs from Key West, Florida, all the way up into, I believe all the way to damn Rhode Island or Maine. One of these days I'd like to drive that road from tip to tip. Much like people do Route 66. There are a lot of roads, a lot of epic old roads in this country, and some of them are really interesting. The history of them. You got your Lincoln Highway, which is I believe it's Highway 80, that road, when it was first designated, it started in Times Square, New York, and goes all the way to Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco. And so there, and so that's an epic road, and I know there's a club that pursues original stretches of that road. Yeah, it's just interesting to explore roads and the history of the roads. Like, there's an intersection in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's right in the middle of downtown Charlotte, North Carolina, and the two roads are called Trade Street and Tryon Street. Trade and Tryon. And those roads, the history of those roads actually go back to revolutionary times, to colonial times. They were actually Indian trading paths. Okay, the Native American Indians, they actually did business where those two roads were actually Native American thoroughfares. And here today is 400 years later, and they are still viable roads. Shit like that's just interesting, If you want to get into the goopy ass history shit, two of the folks you'd have to thank for Daytona Speedway being where it is would be Henry Flagler and John Rockefeller. Okay, and it's an interesting story. Florida was down there, and wasn't nothing, and we're talking late 1800s, early 1900s. There wasn't much going down in Florida except for sugar cane and Indian wars. The Spanish settled Florida, and then the English took it over, and then the Spanish took it back, and and eventually it became a state, but it wasn't much going down except for, harvesting gators and sugar cane. And we're on 295 now, but old Henry Flagler decided he's going to build a railroad all the way down to Key West. Okay, and there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing in Florida. But old Henry Flagler decided he's going to build a damn railroad. And essentially, he just followed the Intercoastal Waterway on the east side of Florida all the way down to Key West. And along the way, he built hotels. Okay, he built a hotel in Jacksonville. He built a hotel in St. Augustine. He built a hotel in Ormond Beach. He built a hotel in New Smyrna. He built all these damn hotels for people to stop at and spend their money. And turns out, old John Rockefeller, I think it was John Rockefeller, fell in love with Ormond Beach and proceeded to build a house down there in Ormond Beach. It's called the Casements. All right, so now you got Henry Flagler and all his friends coming down to Florida for the winter. Because up north sucks with all that white shit falling out of the damn sky. And this would have been in the 1880s, 1890s, you know, early 1900s. And all these rich playboys, you know, they're coming down in the winter, and this newfangled toy starts popping up called the automobile. And all these rich playboys have got themselves these automobiles, and old Henry Flagler's got this railroad, and they start bringing their automobiles with them down to Florida for the winter. Well, old Henry Flagler, Henry Flagler decides all his friends got these cars. Well, they needed a garage to work on them. And from what I understand, it was the first structure ever built in the world specifically to work on automobiles, okay? And it was called the Ormond Garage. And obviously, you know, if there's two cars show up in a place, eventually there's going to be a race. And the Ormond Garage was like half a mile from the beach. And my God, you got 26 miles of hard-packed sand. And you're a rich playboy, and you got this newfangled toy. What are you going to do with it? You're going to see how fast the damn thing will go. And so Ormond became an international destination for all these rich people with their newfangled automobiles. And up until 1935, if you wanted to break the world speed record, you had to come to Ormond Beach, Florida. Alright? And the way I understand it, there was no actual proper train station in Ormond Beach. Okay? I mean, there was a place for passengers, but there wasn't a proper freight terminal. The actual freight terminal was in Daytona, because I worked with an old gentleman, and he told me that Sir Malcolm Seagrave, they unloaded his car in Daytona because the station in Ormond was too small, and that would have been like 1932 or 1933. And in 1933, they actually hooked 4 horses to the car and dragged it 7 or 8 miles up to Ormond Beach, where Sir Malcolm worked on his car in the Ormond Garage. One of the interesting tidbits, if you're familiar with Daytona Beach, there was a pier at Main Street and the beach. And it's kind of a tourist attraction. It's got a restaurant on top of it that used to be a casino. And the boardwalk is there, and it's kind of a touristy trap kind of place. But whenever the season for the land speed record guys came up, all right, those land speed record guys, they had to drive their cars under that pier, and there was only about 15 or 20 feet of space between the pylons of that pier. Okay, and when you're doing 200, 250, and I think Sir Malcolm eventually did 330 miles an hour on the beach, they would actually remove several of the pylons to extend the space between them so that the drivers had more room, you know, at 330 miles an hour. They didn't have to thread a needle. They had plenty of room, you know, they had plenty of room to maneuver under that pier. So anyway, here about 1935, somebody found out about this this natural thing in Salt Lake City, Utah, called the Great Salt Lake. And all right, here comes the bridge. We're coming up on the Mayport Naval Station. We just passed here is the Port of Jacksonville, and there's a bridge. And I really love driving over this bridge. Beautiful bridge. But anyway, come about 1935, 36, I guess it was. Now you got to understand, this is all from memory. I ain't got no books in front of me. Sir Malcolm Seagrave decides instead of going to Ormond Beach, he's going to the Great Salt Lakes in Utah, and that kind of ended all the world speed record attempts in Ormond Beach and Daytona. Okay, and once that happened, the city fathers, they got real concerned, you know. Because they had come to rely on the dollars that come along with all these world speed record guys, you know. There was a lot of media attention. And a lot of hangers-on that come along with the speed record attempt guys, and so they had to come up with a new plan, and one of those plans was to continue some sort of a racing event on the beach, and the likes of Louis Chevrolet and Barney Oldfield and all those types of guys. The city started having oval races. And what they do is they would actually set up beer barrels. And look at this bridge. Okay, we got water on both sides, and we've got container ships services on both sides of the bridge. So this bridge has got to be tall enough for them container ships. So we're actually starting to climb pretty good here. But where was I? So the city fathers started having a racing event, and they were simply setting up barrels. They were essentially, that was the racetrack. They'd set a barrel up at the north end, and they'd set a barrel up at the south end, and those were the turns. And these guys would race around these barrels. Well, the city fathers tried that for 3 or 4 years, and don't hold me to this, all right? But I'm pretty sure Bill France showed up in Daytona prior to World War II. Maybe 38 or 39. And the city fathers, they were losing their asses promoting these races. And Bill opened a gas station in Daytona there on Main Street, right next to what is now the Boot Hill Saloon. And he had participated in a couple of these barrel racing events, and convinced the city fathers to make the course what most people consider the original beach road course down in Ponce Inlet. And then along come World War II, and all our boys joined up and had that massive struggle. Bill France worked at the city boatyard, working on PT boats. There was an actual PT boat factory in Daytona Beach. It turns out that cypress wood was considered a optimum material to build these boats out of. For whatever qualities cypress possessed, it was the chosen material. Well, Florida was just full of cypress swamps back in the day. And so, being World War II, and cypress being a desired commodity in the area, it was only natural that we'd start building these PT boats right here in Daytona. And Bill France Sr., his primary job, from what I understand, was installing the engines in these PT boats, and probably all the ancillary systems, the fuel system, the cooling system, the drive line. He was probably all up in that stuff. And that boatyard is still, I believe the building is even still existent. It's right there between Bellevue Avenue and Orange Avenue on Beach Street in Daytona. And that where the Daytona Marina is now, right there at the corner of Beach Street and Orange Avenue, right there. There's an old fire station there. I don't know if they actually still keep fire engines in there anymore. All right, here's 95 coming up. 3.5 miles north. We're headed north on 95 to Savannah. I hope you all enjoyed the ride over the bridge there. We're gonna, let's see, so World War II ends, and all our boys come home, and what we end up with at that point, okay, because everybody's been in the military, okay, and up until World War II, a vast vast majority of folks in America were farmers and lived in rural areas. Okay, and World War II come along, and this entire generation, all right, this entire generation of young men, they go from looking at the behind of a horse pulling a plow, or using a shovel to dig a ditch or something, and they enter the military, and they're introduced to all this exciting new technology. Okay, they're introduced to airplanes, they're introduced to diesel engines, they're introduced to four-wheel drive Jeeps, right? They're introduced to parachutes. There's all this gee whiz bang technology that come out of World War II. And then besides that, you had the folks that have survived battles, and they've learned to live hard, and they've learned to live on an adrenaline high. Okay, they're all freaking adrenaline junkies when they get home. And so and that's really a major reason why NASCAR, is so, how can I put it? I mean, there's a lot of patriotism with NASCAR. There's a lot of. All right, this ain't our exit. It should be Highway 17, which is another epic road. Next exit should be our 95 exit. You got all these adrenaline junkies. Where was I? Oh, the military. It's one of the reasons that the military is afforded such respect and hospitality at NASCAR and the NASCAR races, because virtually everybody that was involved in the original races of NASCAR were veterans. Okay, Red Vaught, Red Byron, Little Joe Weatherly. I mean, damn near every one of them was in the military in one form or another. And so anyway, everybody comes home from World War II, and the PT boat business has gone south, and it's time to get back to doing what we were doing before. And so Bill France is trying to keep the damn racing on the beach going, and it turns out that there's just like hundreds. Well, I don't know if it's hundreds, but there's all these damn racing associations, and there's all these national champions. Okay, and it turns out that all these quote-unquote national champions today would probably be considered state champions or regional champions. They weren't necessarily, there was no structure to how they decided their championship from one to another. And there was no standard. So Bill France come up with an idea, and he had that meeting at the top of Streamline Hotel there, just north of Main Street on A1A. And there were a lot of other race car drivers and promoters there at that meeting, and they formed NASCAR. And I believe that was in 1948. And yeah, that's about. I'm actually getting hoarse here. I think we'll leave it at 1948. So, we're coming up, we're north of Jacksonville now, and we're probably about 7 or 8, maybe 10 miles away. No, it's probably 15 miles from the scales and the agricultural check, and then we'll be in Georgia. We're gonna, and actually, I've been talking so much, I still got a bunch of coffee here. Maybe we'll just keep driving. Coffee's still got some heat in it. I think I might just keep driving. Tell you what, I promised you I was going to stop at exit 1. We'll go ahead and stop at exit 1. We'll interact for a little while. Then we'll get back on the road. How's that? I told you I'd do that. I'm going to do it. See, that's the kind of shit I need to work on. Oh, that poor bastard. Damn it, he needs to have his flashers on. Old boy sitting there with a flat tire, just leaning against his car. He needs to turn his flash. Of course, he's probably been there so long the damn battery's dead in the car. There's the Loves at the 366. I don't recall that one being there. That was probably new. I'll have to remember to check it out next time I come down. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and set the cruise control back up until we get to the damn scales here. If I promise y'all something and I renege, do me a favor, bust my damn chops, remind me. I don't like to tell somebody I'm going to do something and then don't do it. I remember we're going to stop at the exit 1. I'm going to stop at the exit 1, even though I don't need no coffee yet. But I'm almost done with the first one here, so maybe I will get some more. I'll tell you what, that may be another thing we could talk about. I mean, I'm not exactly an encyclopedia of Florida history, but I do know a little bit about it. And I personally consider it real interesting. You know, I mean, we weren't one of the original 13 colonies, but St. Augustine, Florida is the oldest city in America. Okay, it was so you got to understand there, the 13 colonies were English colonies. Okay, Florida was a Spanish colony. And a lot of neat shit happened here. So excuse me. Alright, this green sign may say something about the scales. So my estimate of 15 miles might not quite be that accurate. Looks like a county line. a Civil War reenactor. Just history in general is interesting, and I do like utilizing old technology when I can. I like maintaining a simple lifestyle, and history kind of plugs into that. I think I've been there. If I'm not mistaken, that's the beach with all the shark's teeth on it. I've only been there once, and it was absolutely amazing. Okay, the sand on that beach is very unlike the sand in Daytona. And I will quite literally tell you that a high percentage of the sand on that beach is in fact shark's teeth. Folks that were there with me told me that, and I really couldn't believe them until we started watching the waves wash the shark's teeth out of the sand. And I started looking, and what looked like large pieces of sand initially were in fact absolutely tiny shark's teeth. And this one friend of mine was so attuned to the shark's teeth that she could she filled a mason jar with shark's teeth in about 2 hours. And they, like I said, they were everything from the size of the head of a pin to she had one that was about 1.5 inches long. Just shark's teeth, like at least 5 to 10% of the content of that sand was shark's teeth. Alright, here's our way station coming up. Alright, here, so we're just we'll just slow down and get in line right here. So we got a red light last time. They had a chance to sniff me. Got a green light sitting on the scales. I'm really hoping that our transponder will give us a green light this time. There's our green light. We got a green light. Well, the damn scales are closed anyway. Always a good thing. Alright, so here in a couple of miles we're going to encounter that agricultural stop. Towards that in. I'm crossing my fingers. When we pulled in a couple of days ago, the gentleman working the computer would have noted that we're not hauling livestock and we're not hauling vegetables. So hopefully we'll get a green light here. Go ahead and hit the cruise control. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta upshift first. Alright. Driving here, I've had the CB radio on. It ain't making no noise. And that's a good thing. Highway 17, I think I mentioned it earlier, it's another road I'd like to drive its entire length. I'm not exactly sure much of the history of it. Oh yeah. Got some good lightning up ahead. Alright. Here comes our agricultural stop. I see folks turning in there. Let's see what... Alright. I've still got a green light flashing here from the waste station. Oh, that one's red. Got to pull in here. Throw the anchor out here. 20 miles an hour. Talk to the gentleman up here in the office here. Alright, somebody said we finished 13th, right? This gentleman might ask us. Race cars? Thank you, sir. You have a good evening. There's a bunch of my friends just went by. I think. Maybe. Alright, so the state line's coming up here. And I can see there's only 2 of you. We're going to be stopping here in a minute if y'all want to talk. Say exit 1 on it, but that's where the damn truck stop is. May have to turn around. Yep, they're advertising the damn rest area more than they want the truck stop. And I didn't think the truck stop was there. My bad. So we'll jump off on this next one and turn around and come back. Oh, there's Petro here. Okay. We'll get off at exit 3 and just hang out at the Petro for a minute. You can get in that right lane if you want, Mr. Mailman. I'm jumping off here at 3. I ain't in a rush. I don't reckon he's got his radio on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a good light show here in a little while. Tell you what, guys, we've been running for damn near 3 hours here. And do me a favor, go ahead and post some fresh questions so I don't have to scroll all the way back up to the top, if you don't mind. There's only 2 of you. I'd hate to scroll all the way up there and answer questions that ain't pertinent. Although I guess I need to. Tell you what, I'll see how far it is to the top. Because I know y'all have been conversing, and a lot of what I'm seeing are probably already been answered by other folks. Petro generally ain't too crowded. I may just be prone to laying down right here. It's 4 o'clock. I've had a long day. May just have to take a little nap. Even though I got a damn cup of coffee in me. Got a Popeyes here. Alright, so what we're going to do, there's nobody in the pumps right now. We're going to pull up in there. We'll have us a little talk. Oh, whoa, whoa, ow, god damn. Whoa. What a fucking set of ruts. Holy shit. So we had Charlie the Featherlight Tech do some work on the trailer while we were at the track. Had some air conditioning issues up in the lounge. He took care of it. Need a little Freon. Then also we've been having some ride quality issues. This particular trailer doesn't perform like the old one. And had things moving around back there that didn't move on the other one. And so we traced it back to a ride height valve. And he adjusted the ride height valve, and the proof in the pudding will be when we open the trailer up at the shop. Alright, here. Alright. Headlights out. Alright, there's 3 of us. Including me's 4. So, let's turn the light on. We'll change the camera angle. Yep. One more time. Alright. And here I are. Okay, let's see what kind of let me see how far back this goes. Alright, there's 4 of us. First of all, let's establish who. It's me, Tennessee Trucker, Jay Vaughn, and Brent Fletcher. Alright, okay, well wait a minute, they got time stamps on them. Okay, so Aaron Summers hasn't been here since 2/23. Brent Fletcher All right, everybody, pipe up and let me know who all's here, real quick. All right, Tennessee Truckers here, confirmed. All right, so that's one. Anybody else awake? All right, Tennessee Trucker. Looks like it's me and you. Everybody else is asleep. Absolutely, Tennessee Trucker. Jake brake all the way. How can I put it? I only use the clutch to take off and when I come to a stop, and I rarely use the brakes, simply because I'm trying my damnedest to keep this thing rolling as smooth as possible. 9 times out of 10, the way I do it, I'll be honest with you, when Curtis is with me, my primary goal is to not wake him up. Okay, to provide the smoothest ride I can. Now, a side note to that is that makes everything in the trailer ride that much smoother too. And that's really how I do it. The Jakes, I'm all about the Jakes. And then we only use the pedal brakes in emergency situations if we have to. Okay, Tennessee Trucker. So, from what I understand, you're talking about this year. No, it couldn't be this year. All right, I'm seeing 6/20, which is what, June 20th. And all right, so 7/5 is July 5th, which is not yet. Okay, just got it. Okay, all right. The Jakes, in my experience so far. Okay, and we are talking almost 20 years now. The Jakes are safe to use in the rain if it's been raining a while. Okay, how can I put it? All right, I mean, you're familiar with the oil on the asphalt. When it first starts raining, that oil comes up and rides on top of the water. And so the oil is the first thing that your tires hit, and then it's on the tires, and when the tires finally cut through the water, you've got this oil that you got to deal with. All right, that situation, and this is coming back to my experience in Florida. If it's been raining all day, that oil's gone. Okay. And generally, and it's going to be a little bit of experience, and you have a right to be concerned about it. All right, but there again, it's experience, and in my 18 years, the Jakes have only bit me once, and that was actually on an ice-covered bridge. And that was an act of stupidity on my part. And the fix for that was just to push the clutch in and feed it a little bit of I had to feed it some steering input. Because how did that happen now? Let me think about this. Yeah, all right, the drives broke loose, and the nose started pointing towards the shoulder, and the trailer started pointing towards the damn median. And I just shoved the clutch in, fed it a little bit of left, straightened out, got over the bridge, and got on my way. It was a little hairy at the moment, but yeah, that's the one thing. It's you can't get excited. You gotta make, you gotta. That's the number one thing about this job. You can't get excited. All right, and that's the number one thing about most jobs. Okay, if you can maintain an even strain, okay, I believe that would be a term that Chuck Yeager used. Maintain an even strain, okay, which means, you know, when shit starts happening around you, as long as it's not in your lap, maintain your damn concentration and deal with it. Alright. Tennessee trucker. Oil rises soon as it starts raining. Absolutely. The oil starts rising as soon as it's raining, but after a while, that oil dissipates. So after that washes off, it's okay. Gotcha, thanks, right. Okay. Stay cool on the stool. Yes, absolutely. Stay cool on the stool, and you gotta keep it between the ditches and keep the shiny side up. And dirt, yeah. Alright, so we've lost somebody. We're down to 3. Obviously, so besides the Tennessee trucker, there's got to be 2 others here. Saw you on TV tonight. Really? Where was I on TV? And thank you about the hat. This hat is 30 years old. All right, this old hat is an Air Force issue hat from when I was an Air Force aerial delivery rigger. Yes, I'm a veteran, and therein I like. Yep, I'm back. Where was I? Alright, he's back. Looks like it's just me and you, Tennessee trucker. Tell you what, I don't recall any TV cameras at that point, but I was probably wearing like a black beanie looking thing. Is that what you're talking about? It looked like this hat. Let me think about this, because I didn't wear this hat during the race. I had my black. I had it during the race. I do what's called run fuel, and it's part of that responsibility that NASCAR requires you to wear a fireproof head sock. Okay, and that's what I would have been wearing in the pits. So you may have been mistaken about it being me, sir. During the race, I have it's a black fireproof head sock that covers my whole head. But when I'm not running fuel, I roll it up so it looks kind of like a beanie. And that's what I would have been wearing at that point. So you may have seen somebody else. I'm sorry. I mean, this hat actually during the race it sets in the truck with all my pocket goodies. You know, my keys, my change. My wallet, my money clip, all that stuff stays in the hat. Okay, I guess I'll have to watch the replay, but I really feel confident because I won't put. I mean, I guess where I'm going is you probably did see me, but I'm not so sure I had this hat on. Yeah, this. I mean, yeah. And towards that end, let's see, how can I describe it? My general area in the pits is going to be at the rear of the car. Okay, that's where I hang out. I catch the right rear tire when they roll it to the wall, and after that, then I get into running fuel mode. Oh, very good. Okay, 10-4. Yeah. And what was the camera angle? Was the camera, would you say the camera was on the outside of the track looking towards the pits, or was it like, etc.? What do you think the camera angle was? Okay, from the press box area. Okay, yep. Very possible. Now you're saying it was, let's see, on his last stop. His last stop. I'm trying to remember. Because actually, let's see, there's another thing is, I generally start going back to the truck about 30 laps before the end of the race to start loading shit. But, there were, I mean, I was dealing with the I was still helping after we knocked the fender off with the, we had that tire, it went flat, and then eventually it blew up and ripped the fender off, which is interesting if you listen to the I'm sure NASCAR has a deal where you can listen to the radio chatter. We spent several pit stops during caution flags dealing with that left front fender, and it was given the crew chief fits, and we finally blew that left front tire under green. And they threw the caution for us, and the spotter was trying to tell him to, take care of the car, and the crew chief was screaming, "Get your ass in here!" And so Matt was trying to get there, and you got the inner liner still holding the car up, but the carcass of the race tire finally come apart and ripped that fender off. And the spotter goes, let's see, how did it go? The crew chief goes, "Get in here so we can work on that fender." The spotter says the fender's gone, the tire exploded, and Gene's next reply was, "Oh, well then we're golden." which meant get in here so we can get a tire on the car. And there again, before he got into the pits, Matt was analyzing the car and saying the steering wheel is still straight. I don't think we have any alignment issues. And but the crew chief going, "Oh, we're golden." I thought that was funny. Alrighty, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of wrecked cars. That's for sure. A few, I was sad to, Jeffrey Earnhardt blew up. The poor guy. I mean, they run like a bag of rocks all night, but Jeffrey's a friend of mine, and I hated to see him go like that. And then I've got a couple of friends on the 72, and they actually parked right next to us today, the haulers. And the car chief, Ryan, I think Ryan's the car chief. Me and him talk every once in a while during the day, and he's a good friend of mine too, and I hated to see them go out early. Yeah, that's Daytona. That's Daytona for you. And actually, I've decided I'm going to shut it down here at the Petro. I went ahead and turned everything off because I think all the radio interference was causing our problems with the signal. You know, you got these weak cell phone signals, and they're trying to get through the damn noise that the alternator makes and the noise that all the computers in the damn truck make. So I just turned the truck off to try and clear up that shit. Yeah, I made that turn off the exit. It was kind of a tight right-hander, and my ears kind of told me I was getting tired. Yeah, well, I mean, I've just drank a cup of coffee. It's going to be a while before I go to sleep. You know, I'm actually nursing this other one simply because it's something wet. But here in a little while, I will lay down. Probably, generally, I get tired like this, I don't go to sleep until I get something in my belly. So here in a little while, I'll probably walk in and get me something to eat. Well, the Streamline Hotel, that place has been there. Well, what it is okay, that building is one of the earliest poured concrete buildings in Daytona. Okay, it's only about 4 or 5 stories tall, but it is poured concrete from the ground up, and about every 4 or 5 years, whoever's bought it is done with it, and they will gut that place, and they will. Well, it depends. They'll sell it at a loss, and then the next owner will gut it and refurbish it and just run it into the ground in about 5 years, and then it just goes that way, and it's probably on that cycle again. And my sister told me my sister told me that it had just changed hands and they were rebuilding it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I always assumed that the France family probably owned it, but I mean, I think it would be a damn prime property for them to own, because there is a lot of history right there on the roof. But the only one that I know of that's actually dabbled in that kind of crap is Lisa Kennedy, which is Brian's sister. Yeah, she's tangled up in some of the hotels there. And actually, she would be Ben Kennedy's mother. Yep, good for him. he's keeping them in the family business. I have a feeling he'll probably race a couple of years, and then they'll dovetail him into the NASCAR hierarchy. He'll probably be the next one to take over from Brian. Yeah, pretty much. Next chairman. So we got, we got 4 more others here. If you're actually watching, pipe up and let me know who you are and where you're at. Will Jimmy get his 8th championship? Tennessee trucker buddy, I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't been paying attention. Don't know where he is in the points. Dude, I just work hard at the track and drive this truck, and when I'm not doing either one of them things, NASCAR is the last thing I want to know about. He's second. Alright, well if he's second, then yeah, it's very possible at the moment. But you know how it is. I mean, even the good ones can step on the dicks every once in a while. All right, which king are you talking about? Don't want that. Are we talking about Richard Petty? Oh, yeah, I guess you are talking about Richard Petty. Yep. Yep. Yep, old Richard Petty. He was out behind the trailer today, or maybe it was yesterday. And looking at him, there is just no way on this planet he could be 80 years old. I mean, he still walks with a spring in his step. It's just amazing watching him move around. Hell, the man still looks. I'm not that way. But he's still an attractive man. Yeah. Alright, I don't reckon anybody else has got the damn volume turned up. Either that or they're all asleep. Yeah, I see, we got 6 watching now, but nobody's, here, hold on, maybe I can make something happen here. Here, hold on. Let's see if this gets some kind of response. There we go. Here's Cody McCatherine. Cody, we're actually, this is technically going to be my evening. We just made it into Georgia, and I think I'm going to lay down for a little while. Cody, where are you at? Louisiana, very good. Which part? Tennessee trucker, where are you at too? I know you're in Tennessee, but which part? I know you've told me too, but Knoxville. Oh God, okay. I-40 and I-75, gotcha. Around Shreveport. Alright, Cody, we stop in Shreveport occasionally there at the Petro. Me and Curtis usually, let me think. We usually have breakfast there, headed for Texas. And then Tennessee trucker, we stop at the Petro there in Knoxville occasionally to eat. Can't beat that Petro buffet. I love it, you know. Yeah, there's just no beating it. especially when somebody else is paying for it. Alright, so are you from Knoxville and you spent 15 years in Los Angeles and moved back? And what'd you do in LA? Okay, very good. Alright, so you went to college and hopefully you got a job in whatever you... Oh, very cool. Acted in TV shows and movies. I had a friend that, I don't remember what film school it was. He went out there to be a director. His name was Dan Miller, and he's actually in Hawaii now, I think. Alright, Cody, alright, you've lived in Louisiana all your life. How old are you, sir? So you sold professional audio equipment too, Tennessee Trucker. Very good. Did you ever do any actual concert work or travel? You know, I've got a buddy that was a roadie way back. That he drives a 15 hauler. He claims he was a roadie for quite a while. When the rock and roll stars end up in the garage, he knows all of them. All right, Cody, you're 26. What do you do? Tennessee Trucker, how old are you? And let's see, when did that 15 years in LA end? Tour manager. Okay, very good. Very good. 45 and married with a girl from Japan. Awesome. All right, and Cody's a welder's helper. Well, very good. So you're pursuing a career in welding, are you? All right. So Tennessee Trucker just got back home last October. All right. Very good. Let's see. Had some friends that lived up in Nashville. We're tangled up with Reba McEntire and them kind of folks for a while. Tennessee Trucker is, let's see, okay, gonna move to Japan and take over the family business in 5 years. Pear farming. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Tennessee Trucker. That sounds so freaking awesome. Living in Japan, farming for pears. All right, Cody. I cannot stress how cool it is to be a welder. How can I put it? I mean, I'm not saying it's a cool job. It's just that I dig welding, and I think it's a cool job. So, and the things that I've seen some welders do, the really skilled, experienced ones, is just amazing. And tell you what, Tennessee Trucker, you can weld. It's just like anything else, okay? It's about skill acquisition. Okay, just like you've learned to drive a truck and you're going to learn to farm pears. Welding is not that big a deal. And it's just like anything else. You just have to invest the time. Because I can weld, and I mean, I'm not certified or anything, but I can take two pieces of metal and some electricity and stick them together. Cody, bad storms, yes. As a matter of fact, before I pulled over, it was looking like I was going to drive through some nasty shit, but when I got off on the exit here, I've got a few physical signs that I might be getting a little too tired, and one of them popped up, and so I decided we'll just put her here for a little while. Alright, you both play guitar, that's fantastic. Wish I could. I know about one, no, I don't even know any chords, but I can play the opening riff to damn Smoke on the Water with 2 strings. Tennessee Trucker, the welding is really about patience and being able to get through a couple hours without burning yourself. If you want to weld, go get you a welder. And I'm going to be honest with you, I had 2 years of welding school, and don't just go out and buy whatever welder you think is the easiest, okay? What I did was I went to this welding school, and the instructor sat me down and asked me what I wanted to do. And at that time I was a heavy truck mechanic, and the boss offered to send me to welding school, and so I hadn't really thought about being a welder, but looking around in the truck garage, I realized that it was a skill I needed. And so when the boss offered to pay for my schooling, I jumped at the chance. The first evening, the instructor sat down with me and asked me how, you know, tried to get a feel for what I was needing to do, and experience level and all that kind of stuff, and I had managed to learn how to solder radiators, and I'd managed to learn how to braze, and that was the extent of my experience at that point. And we had about an hour and a half long conversation talking about the different kinds of welding. You know, you've got gas welding, you've got DC arc welding with the stick, and you've got MIG welding, and you've got TIG welding. All right, we established all that kind of stuff. We never got into underwater welding or anything like that. And so finally he goes, well, what kind of welding do you want to start with? And we also discussed certification and how important it was, and as far as where I was working and all that kind of stuff. And we kind of come to the conclusion that initially certification wasn't my goal, and just learning to weld was. And so finally I asked him, I said, what's the hardest to master? And he told me that gas welding, okay, oxyacetylene gas welding was the hardest to master. And here I was already using an oxyacetylene torch to brace. And so I told him, I said, okay, well, I'm familiar with oxyacetylene. Why don't we just go ahead and start with that? And that's how I started. And we progressed. I spent probably 2 semesters with nothing but an oxyacetylene torch in my hand. And finally got to the point where the instructor said, Ron, you're done with the oxyacetylene. And I said, okay, thank you. And we progressed to the DC stick welder, and that was the extent of my schooling was that. And then I just picked up the MIG later, and when I got into this racing deal, I finally got close to a TIG. Well, it turns out a TIG is nothing but an electric torch. Alright? And TIG welding is nothing but electric gas welding. And so I can do all those things. And it's all just about, skill acquisition. Alright, Alright, good song. You must be talking about Smoke on the Water, and I've been talking too much, and y'all have gone to sleep on me. Missed the whole NASCAR race because we were out of power. Cody, I'm sorry to hear that, but I have a feeling if you're talking to me now, your power's back on, and NASCAR is probably going to post that race on the website, I reckon. Yes, the beads, yeah. Now, see, that's a big deal when you get ready you decide you want to be certified. That is a primary consideration of a weld, whether or not it's watertight. And that watertight comes with a pretty bead. And yes, if it's a wire feed, it's probably a MIG. Let's see, MIG, what does MIG stand for? I think it stands for metal inert gas. I know TIG stands for tungsten inert gas, which means the electrode that you use on the torch is a piece of tungsten. And then the inert gas is the gas that comes through the welder and shields the weld from the oxygen in the air. Here I am. Okay. Alright, Cody, you're 26 years old. What have you done with your knee? And what are your plans after the knee surgery? Oh, old football injury. Sorry to hear that. What are we talking? A meniscus or something? And hopefully we're just doing orthoscopic and not replacement. Because God Almighty, that replacement scares the hell out of me. That's one of the reasons I don't use the clutch in the truck. And I'm sorry about my signal quality. This thing is... I got to go... Oh, Tennessee trucker. Okay, we can talk about that for a little while too. Are you familiar with an engine torque curve as far as a graph displaying the power output of an engine? Yeah, double clutching. I'm no good at that. Or at least I don't think I am. It's been so damn long since I've tried it. Okay, okay, you're familiar with the torque curve. Generally, a diesel engine has a torque peak. All right, and most engines that, you know, a torque curve graph, there's a peak. Okay, the peak of the torque curve is where that engine is most fuel efficient. Okay, it is also the point at where it makes its most power. Okay, and generally a big truck is going to have some indication of where the torque curve is on the tachometer. Okay, I've seen tachometers where there's just a little green spot, and then on both sides of the green spot there's yellow, and then past the yellow there's red. Okay, Cody, you got to get 2 screws put in. Okay, is that okay? So have they done structural repair like that before, or is this the first time? I mean, if they got to put 2 screws in, it sounds like they've already been in there and they're trying to buttress something else that's already in there. So Tennessee trucker, you need to find out where that torque peak is. All right. Now, there's a range. Okay, Cody, it's the first time. Okay, 2 screws don't sound that bad. Are they recommending you change jobs because of this, or is this something you're planning? I mean, either A, you really don't like the job, or B, the doctors are telling you you're not going to be able to do it. Okay, yes to which one? I've been asking 3 questions already. Let's see, what did I ask you? First time. Alright, so the doctor suggested you change jobs? Okay, doctor told you can't do it. Well, that sucks, and I'm sorry to hear that. So have you got anything else on the back burner? And are you married and got kids yet? And trucker, don't please bear with me. I'm married, no kids. My God, man. All right, you got the world by the horns. Wait a minute, no, married but no kids. Okay, you ain't got the world by the horns. All right, so let's see how we can do this. You got any education? Did you make it through high school? Okay, have you got some college behind you yet? Or any military? Okay, no to the college. Okay. Have you got a decent community college near you? Okay, Cody, which knee is it? Is it your left or your right? Okay, because we were having a conversation about clutches and all that yah, and your left knee gets a good workout driving a big truck unless you stick. Okay, all right, so the right knee. All right, there again, you're working your throttle, but you're not putting as much pressure. Highly recommend, if you pursue the CDL, get real attuned to using the cruise control. Okay, Tennessee Trucker, WIOA, what is that? And I assume we're talking about CDL. Okay, awesome. All right, Cody. That man right there is the one you need to stick to talking to about getting your license, okay? Alright, 10-4. Alright, Tennessee Trucker, let's get back to torque curves. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to stand down for a minute, Tennessee. If you and Cody talk real quick about this accredited school, WOIA or whatever it is, and let me... I've never heard of that. Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. I'll tell you what, I've never heard of that. Maybe clue me in real quick about that. I mean, because there might be an opportunity for me to change jobs or something. What is that about? Is it for everybody? Is it for veterans? Is it for folks that need to cross train because their job has disappeared, or their job is, or they've been injured, or all right. WIOA will train you to do anything. Now, so towards that end, will they just like pay for your schooling, or is there grants for housing and all that kind of yah? I mean, I haven't really thought about changing careers, but it's handy to know stuff. Really, pay you to go to school. Now that sounds kind of awesome. Okay, 10-4. Alright, let's get back to the torque peak for a minute, unless you got something other to say. And it's starting to drizzle here. You can see the rain on the windshield, which means I ain't going to walk in and get something to eat. I may pull up to the pump and get dry that way. And I'm not trying to monopolize the conversation. Would you care to talk about torque peak a little bit more? Oh hell, 75 billion? Hell yeah. Okay. Alright, so here we go now. Hopefully there's some kind of a visual indication on the tachometer where your torque peak is, okay? On this one right here, just as an example. Here, hold on. Let me show you. Alright. You see those two green dots right there? Alright. That line in the middle is the sweet spot for this engine. Okay? That's pretty much the torque peak of this engine. And what you want to do is, what you'll find is when you get in your truck, you want to start living. You want to keep that tach living in that torque peak. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, so let's talk about visualizing that graph. Okay? Let's say that we have a graph of the engine in this truck, and if you look at the graph, the highest torque is going to be correlated to that RPM on the graph, right? All right, so if you look at the graph, the torque climbs through the RPMs till it gets to that peak, all right? And then as the engine continues to accelerate, it starts to descend. All right, so obviously torque is a twisting force that the engine is putting on the input shaft of the transmission. Okay? And you how can I put it? As the engine climbs to the torque peak, if you look at the graph, if you're below the torque peak, as the RPMs climb, the torque climbs. Okay? And once you get past the torque peak, obviously, it starts to go down. Okay? Now, once you got that in your head, and you realize that's where you want to live, you'll find out through shifting the gears and maintaining that torque peak, depending on how many gears you got. All right, say it's a damn, it's got a damn 10, a super 10 in it. You've only got 10 gears. Now what happens there is you're going to end up with like a 500 RPM spread between gears. Okay? Now what that means is, and that spread will pretty much maintain itself all over the tachometer. All right? So what you're going to do is you're going to find your gear. You're going to apply the throttle till you get to your torque peak. You're going to release the throttle. Now when you release the throttle for an instant, the driveline unloads. There's a transition from acceleration to deceleration. Okay? There's an instant where all them gears are unloaded, right? And so what you do is you put a little bit of tension on a shifter to pull it out of gear as you're releasing the throttle. And by a little bit of tension, I mean like one finger. Okay? And when you hit that instant, the transmission will slide right out of gear. All right? Now, at that point, you're coasting. Okay? If you're trying to accelerate, you're going to be, again, using one finger to move it to the next gear. Okay? Now, at this point, because we're upshifting, the RPMs are going to be lower when we get into that gear. So, if your timing's right, as you're lifting the throttle, and you've applied this tension to the gear shifter, when the RPMs pass through what is needed to get into the other gear, the transmission will simply fall into gear. Okay? There's a little finesse to it, and it takes a little bit of practice, but we're getting back to skill acquisition, and I'm trying to share what I know about it. Okay? All right, so let's see. All right, here's Cody again. On a CDL or go to college to be a football coach. Very good, Cody. I think evaluating your finances would be the first thing I would do, and if you got good grades in high school, I would pursue as many scholarships as I can before I signed a bunch of loans. All right. Let off the throttle, put a little tension on it, and the transmission should pull it right in. Thank you. Yes. All right, Cody. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I never made it to college. I did do the community college. That's where I got my, I was ASE certified mechanic and the welding. My sister managed to graduate from Gainesville. She's a Gator. But I gotta tell you that damn, I think she's 53. And I'm not so sure she's finished paying her loans yet. I think she's doing well, but I think she has budgeted the loans in and is still paying them motherfuckers off. Okay, as you get older, you're gonna start seeing ways and I'm not one of these conspiracy theory guys, okay, but there are higher ups who insist that you stay in debt, okay? And debt sucks. So look into as many scholarships as you can. All right, you played center, fantastic. Hopefully you were blessed with an all-state team or something like that. I really couldn't tell you where to begin there. Although I do know several former NFL players that are working in the garage now. I need to probably see what I can do about looking them up. I don't recall their names at the moment, but yeah, the NFL is a good place to find over-the-wall help. We've got jackmen, we've got gasmen, we've got some tire guys. Several of them former NFL. Let's see. Let me get back to Trucker just for a minute. All right, so Trucker. So we've got upshifting down. Now the downshifting is very similar, except that instead of letting the tack fall, now you have to once you get it out of gear, and before you can get it into the next gear, you have to apply the throttle to get the RPMs up. Okay? And that's about all there is. And it just needs some practice. I would suggest if they let you, just take the tractor out and find you some desolate roads, bobtailing, and practice your up and down shifting. Okay, and I liken it to climbing stairs. Okay, before you can get to the next stair, you gotta step on this one, and once you're here, you can step to the next one, And don't worry about skip shifting or any of that crap. Just use every goddamn gear in the truck. Okay? And use that tack. Cody, you've been helping a friend with his dirt car. Alright, so is he... Are y'all going to the track yet? Or y'all still building it? Or how far along are you? Okay, now, the transmission is not going to pull it in. Okay? You have to apply a little bit of tension. Alright? And there again, there's another thing. You'll be able to feel the gears you'll feel them grinding. Okay, that's the thing. That's why you only do it with one finger. You want to apply a little pressure and you'll feel a vibration. Okay? And that vibration will correlate with your throttle. Alright? And the idea is to get that vibration to slow down. You know, it'll sit there and it'll go, but eventually it'll and then finally stop. And when that vibration stops, it'll fall right in gear. Okay? And initially pay attention to that vibration. Okay? If it's real fast, let's see, how can I put it? If it's real fast, apply the throttle and see if it slows down. Okay? If it's real slow, you're probably in the wrong gear. How can I put it? If the engine's at idle and the vibration is too slow, that means that the transmission, the whole situation is asking for a lower gear. Okay? And yeah, it takes a little practice, and you're while you're applying that tension, you want to be feeling for that vibration. And how that vibration reacts to the throttle will tell you whether or not you're in the right gear. Okay? It's a little complicated, but once you start trying, it'll come to you. Okay, so let's see, Tennessee Trucker. All right, we have been racing for a while now. Okay, so are you? What are you in a chassis car or a street stock, or front wheel drive, rear wheel drive? What are you playing with there, Cody? And that's another thing. You got to be having fun. Yes, sir. It's all about that throttle. It's all about that tack. And it's all about paying attention to what that shifter does. Okay, and the whole idea is to live in that torque peak. Cody, you love every minute of it. Very good. Now, are you actually working on the car, or how many folks are there besides you and your friend? Yeah, live on that torque peak. Absolutely. Okay, Tim 4. So what kind of car you got? Is it like a modified or a street stock, or what are you playing with there? Tell you what, I'm going to have to start the truck up. It's getting kind of warm in here. Hopefully I won't knock us offline here. I'm sorry. Oh. Factory stocks, okay. So is that You got a front wheel drive car, or is it a rear wheel drive? What do you got, like a Crown Vic or an old Impala? Or Mustang? I guess the next question is, have you got a set of scales yet? Oh, I hope I ain't knocked y'all off. Either that or Cody in Tennessee have fallen asleep. Ooh, Mercury Capri. Oh yeah. Yeah, them damn Mercury Capris were fun cars. Run a little short track north of Shreveport. Very good. Oh, okay, so that was that Fox body Capri, right? Was it the Fox body or the European one? I think they made them in Germany. Yeah, I reckon 83 would be a damn Fox body. Yeah, I mean, so that's a Mercury Mustang. Yeah, yep, 10-4 on that. Too much car in high school. Let's see, what did I start with? I started with a 1969 AMC AMX. And I kick myself in the ass every time I think about it because I had that car one day. And then, let's see, that turned into a 73 Nova with a 6-cylinder. And I managed to keep that one a year. And then, after that was a 73 Camaro. Had that one till I blew it up in the Air Force, and then we went to a 57 Chevy pickup truck after that. Alright, Cody, but you never established, you got the street stock, but I mean, what kind of, are you running a full chassis car? Are you running front wheel drive, rear wheel drive? Yeah, I've still got a soft spot for the 57 pickups there, trucker. Those things, they're just so damn simple, and they're actually still fairly affordable nowadays. If I could find one that got the gas mileage my fucking Geo Metro does, I'd be all up on it. Okay, so it's full chassis and rear wheel drive. All right, so now factory stock. Do they enforce the rules pretty good, or I mean, I guess where I'm going is factory stock. I'm assuming that they're going to look at your upper control arms, and if they ain't stamped, they're going, stamp metal. I mean, if you show up with a tubular control arm, they're not going to let you race, right? Because I've got a little experience with the stock stuff, and we used to, we used to go and take control arms off of Cadillacs and use them on our fucking Chevy Novas and stuff to get better camber and all that kind of stuff. How can I put it? Well, I guess, do they check your camber and caster and all that shit, or they just look at the control arm to see if it's stock? Because I mean, we used to cut the damn mounting points off and move them wherever we wanted, and still use a stock appearing control arm. You know, sometimes it come off a damn van, sometimes it come off of a pickup truck. As long as it looked like a stamped steel control arm and got us where we needed to go. Cody, are you playing with tire temperatures at all? Have you got a pyrometer or some way to at least measure your tire temperatures? Oh yeah. Yeah, 10-4 trucker. Okay. Cody, let's not get all technical and stuff, but what I want you to do is just use your hand, all right? And let's whenever you come in off the racetrack, I want you to start feeling across the tread of all 4 tires. Okay, be it practice, be it qualifying, be it the end of the race. Start feeling the tires. Okay, you want to measure, and you don't have to get to the damn thermometer yet. Just use your damn hand and feel. Is it hot on the inside? Is it hot in the middle? Is it hot on the outside? Okay, pay attention to them across the tread on all 4 tires. All right, and what you're going to find out is that tire is not the same temperature all the way across. And what you are pursuing when we start playing with adjusting the car is getting the same temperature across all 3 points on those tires on all 4 corners. Okay? In our situation, we observe temperatures on the Sprint Cup cars anywhere from 185 to 220 degrees. All right? I don't expect you're going to get that much heat in your tires. It's possible. Okay? So you might want to be careful the first couple of times you do it. Make sure you don't burn yourself. But let's just start with your hands. And just take your hands and feel those 3 spots on all 4 tires. Okay? And just start mentally, processing it. Cody. Alright, Cody, now first of all, you're married. Alright. If you really want to pursue this, if you're married, I'm going to tell you that you want to work in the shop. Okay? Because if you're on the road, being married don't help. And please, I'm only trying to help you make your decision. Alright? There's first of all, alright, most NASCAR teams, let me see if I can put this into a logical. If you have a resume, first of all, a resume, okay, that is racing related. Okay, you've worked on a race car at the local level, and you're headed that way. Okay, you've worked in a truck garage. You've worked in a automotive garage. You have some technical training in the field. You need to build a resume, okay? Because
most big teams have an HR department, a human resources department. And you don't just walk up and say, hey, I want a job in racing. You have to present yourself in a professional manner and try and get some attention. All right. That's for the big teams. For the smaller teams, and actually, as I'm talking, I'm thinking about this. And me as an example, okay? I didn't start in NASCAR. I started in the ARCA series, all right? But I started late, all right? I didn't get into this racing deal until I was 36, 37. All right, and you're young enough, but you're almost too old. But I got started in ARCA, and I see that we've lost one here. There's only one here now. Who is it? Cody or Tennessee Trucker? All right. So Cody and Tennessee Trucker are here. There we go. Both of you are still here. Okay. So Cody, we need to be working on a resume. And I would highly recommend starting, where you're at right now is a good place to start. Okay. Work hard at climbing the ladder right there at the local track, okay? But have you a plan, okay? And where you at right now is the best place to learn. And the kind of stuff that I was just telling you about, using your hands, that's what it's all about. Is using the tools that you have to the best of your advantage, okay? And you don't need a $400 thermometer to tell you that the outside of your tire is hot. Okay? With a little bit of observation and experimentation, you can learn the basics. Alright? And then, but you don't want to do it in 5 or 10 years. Alright? You need to do it in 1 or 2. Okay, and while you're doing it in that 1 or 2, you need to be trying your damnedest to start winning some races. Okay, so that besides that that resume, you can put some links to some newspaper articles showing that here's a race you won, or here's a street stock title for 2019 that you won. Okay, I'm working on that resume, but you ain't got much time. I would tell you that if it's something you want to do, you need to be doing it before you're 30. Okay, because when you get old like me, they ain't gonna look at you that hard. Okay, if it's a passion of yours and it makes you feel good, you need to pursue it. That's all I can say about that. All right, but observation, experimentation. All right, it's simple science is the best way I can describe it. You observe something, you make a decision about how you want to try to improve it, you pursue that improvement, and you observe whether or not you've made an improvement. Okay? It really is all that we're doing. Anybody that's good at racing is good at the observation, is good at the experimentation, and determining whether or not it's a positive or negative change. Okay? And tell you what, guys, please forgive me. It's 5:30. I think I'm going to go ahead and lay down. I hope I've helped y'all. And Tennessee Trucker, I know you've been around. Cody, I think this is the first time I've met you, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, although there again, I think I'm monopolizing it. But I hope I've helped both of you. And thank you for putting up with me. And here's another 4.5 hours on this damn video. Popeyes is closed right now, Trucker. But I'm probably going to step inside and see if they ain't got like a damn Hot Pocket or something I can eat. Alright, and yeah, Cody, nice to meet you. And I want you to start letting me know how you're doing at the track. Okay, and if you can figure out how to send me some links to, I mean, if you get wrote up in the paper, let me know, alright? Gentlemen, good morning. And I'm gonna see what I can do here. Good talking to y'all again. Don't forget to use your hands, Cody. All 4 tires. We'll talk to y'all later.